I totally didn't forget to make a tweet or anything and wasn't just spending the last minute doing that. Yeah, no, definitely not. Anyway, it's Monday, so it's Satisfactory time. And don't think I missed that subscription in the intro. Thank you very much, Sawyer, for resubscribing. 9 months. Holy shit. Crazy. Crazy. Always. It doesn't seem like it's been that long since I got a sub button, but, you know, that's just the last however many years it's actually been. There's an actual number for it, but it doesn't feel right. Yeah, no. Thank you very much. Yeah, I guess just to point it out, since it is the beginning of the stream, and it's also the week. Exclamation point goals, I guess I should type it out, right? As it says, I never added dollar signs to the progress amount, because I forget that that's even a thing, but yeah, if we get to $200 by, well, basically Friday morning, I'll play Violet on stream. I have a video up on YouTube about the reasoning behind that and such, and what my plans are for it. That just went up today. But long story short, basically we hit that, and I'll play through the weekend until I'm done with it, I guess. Whatever that means. I've not looked at the leaks, and I don't intend on looking at the leaks. As you can see in the bottom left, we're currently about a quarter of the way there. Probably not going to happen, but if it doesn't, so be it. But we are about 50% of the way, just one sub off of it, basically, to hitting the midway point, which locks me into playing Y at some point in the not-too-distant future on stream. Which would really be nice, because I don't want to have to suffer through that game in my own personal time, you know? Yeah? Yeah? Anyway. I was also considering adding another incentive at like $150. I don't want to put one at 50 since we're literally one sub off of it, but I was thinking of putting one at 150. I don't think I will. I don't know what I'd put there, but it's a possibility. Oh man, Friday. So looking forward to Friday. But today's not Friday, today's Monday, which means Satisfactory. Now, I'm sure you can read the title, and if you don't, well, why do people not read the titles of streams that they're just hopping into? Seriously. Anyway, it says in the title, Satisfactory Update 5 Finale? It's probably the finale. Because this ADS factory is not something... I want to finish it, but forcing myself to finish it is not good. Also, I just saw 1200 FPS as I was loading into the game. That's cool. Wish I could get that all the time. Let's see, if we go over here, then I push that button, then I push that button. There it is. So yeah, this is still an Update 5 save, because mods and upgrading it to Update 6, the hassle. I don't know. If I give up super early on this save tonight, then maybe we'll update it to Update 6 and see exactly what the damage is. But I'm going to at least try to continue working on this Update 5 factory for a little bit more. But don't expect me to get too far with it, honestly. Just this late on into the game, and it's just spam machines down to craft things. And after a while, that gets a bit tiring, you know? You loaded in? Yes? Update 7 beta comes out tomorrow. Is it tomorrow that it's the drop in the beta? Nice. Yeah, I'm never gonna play Update 6. You have a hype train badge? Huh. Honestly, there's been so few of them. You'd think that I would remember the few occasions when they've happened, but I really don't. Either way. Yeah, I'm pretty much... Oh, right, this is when I was dealing with trying to get Steam not to update the game. Realistically, at this point, these can just go. You don't remember either. Well, you have the badge, so enjoy it, I guess. A bit of terrain clipping through. Yeah, no, I'm never going to play Update 6. If I play the next time I play, it's just going to be straight to Update 7. It's not entirely a bad thing, just I don't really have a reason to play Update 6, you know? I'm getting burnt out on Update 5. Well, I guess if I update the game tonight, that would put me on Update 6. Also, oh, some things have changed since last week. Everything's running. Well, everything's supposed to be running. That's good. Let's see. Can I find this on the gigantic crafting thing? It is. There's recycled rubber and plastic. So that's the rubber side of things, which means... 172 feeds back in, and then it needs 300 out the left. Good thing that it's getting supplied from over there. No, there's nothing funky in it, it's just being dumb. And this is part of why I just am getting sick of this. Because this, I don't even know what that does. It doesn't want to work. Probably because, if I had to guess, I'm not actually utilizing rubber yet. This goes all along here. So if I was to take this belt... And do I have one somewhere? Probably not. I was just to do this. Just look into there. In just a minute, I'm sure we'll start seeing rubber because there's now a destination on this side, and that usually gets it to cooperate. But also, auto splitter mod is just kind of buggy, and hey, look, I was right. Yeah, see, it's spaced out. So it's doing it properly now. What a nuisance. Wait for the autosave to go through. What am I even making over here? Iron plates. Steel and plastic. Yes, I know it's clipping. Deal with it. just get into this, why not? Yeah. Plastic's working now. Also need so little plastic for all this. The steel also has nowhere to go, so it's just like, what do you want me to do now? But if I just do spaghetti to make it work real quick... Yeah, now they're both flowing. That's kind of funky, plastic into steel. Not permanent, it's just proof of concept. Yeah, there's never going to be any plastic flowing this way. What am I even supposed to do with this at this point? So that's the plates. They're up there. The silica gets put on top. The part of the reason that's just kind of killed my motivation for doing any of this is the fact that, like, the auto splitters are so dumb sometimes with sending resources. To the point where I have to do this to get them to cooperate. Or, you know, complete the factory, which... cheats! Actually being produced. But, like, all that, and also, I mean, look at how much I put into such a small area, right? That's not inherently bad, but consider I still need... where is it? There's a lot of machines that I only need a little bit from, right? This all... yeah, that's coke steel. Okay, so my steel and iron is all done. Consider that with all the iron that's coming out of these 40-some refineries needs to go into 209 constructors. 209. 0.2. 0.2 exactly? Yeah, 20%. So that means I'm making 180 wire to make batteries. Ugh, batteries. Making 135 wire a minute to make superstate computers. Making 792 wire a minute for stators. And I'm making 3,600 wire a minute just to make cables. 1,800 cables a minute to make automated wirings. Which, by the way, 36 assemblers for those automated wirings to make 90 of them per minute. There is... oop, that's a cell that I just dragged. There is so much. There's so much. It's just ridiculous. And the fact that my thing here... I honestly need to clean this up before I go any further with anything. So here, how about this? If I come over to here, and I double check to make sure you're on the correct display, because of course you're not. Do that. Do that. Now I can drag this over, and you don't see anything until I do this. So here is my issue. You see this crafting tree? All of it? Yeah. It's a mess. Also, this is much wide, but it's not very helpful. So I need 2615 iron. I'm just gonna have to note some things down here. I am making okay 1081.5 plus 48 steel. I'm making 120 plus 261.624 plastic, because there's more over here, but that's going to iron plates. Is that correct? One of these is overclocked. I don't know which one it is because all of them are idle. Yep, that is exactly correct. Push that real quick. So I'm making 144 iron plates a minute. Just going to do that real quick. $300 rubber. I've made the concrete. That's 288 concrete a minute, because I've not done anything with them yet. If I can just get these changed from basic to adding them as input so that it'll clear up, like this won't be here, this won't be here. The water should be almost non-existent. And I have done this in the past, but I screwed it up, so I had to reset it, and now I'm to a point. So let's see. Just gonna start dragging things over there. That's diluted fuel. You're good. You're good. Petroleum coke goes to coke steel. And electrode aluminum scrap, which I think is already done over here somewhere. Yep. So electrode aluminum scrap, that's 210 aluminum scrap. Coke steel's good. Coated plate's good. Residual rubber is good. I'm just putting them over there to get them out of the way. It makes a mess of everything else, I know, but that's fine. The iron ingots, the pure iron ingots is also good. That's that one and that one. I have not done the wire yet. I have not made the aluminum. I've not done caterium. I've not done copper. I've made the silica. I did that up on the hill. Sulfur, I don't think I've done anything with. Yeah, no, because that goes straight into the battery. I have definitely not done that yet. Oh yeah, sulfur. Not sulfur, silica. Silica. Is that silica? That's bauxite, limestone. Not it. It's you. What happened to the silica? The silica is a crafting ingredient, that's why. I put aluminium scrap. I actually didn't put scrap, but 52.5 silica. Yeah, I think that's basically all I've done. I say basically as if it's not that much. It's a fair amount. But what I can now do, put that in chat for posterity's sake, I can now come over here, iron 2,615. I need 1,081.5 plus 48 is 1,129.5. Dingle's being a dick, but what else is new? So that's 11. What the fuck was it? Damn it, Dingle. 1129.5. I almost did 1128.5. Okay. 120. Point. Could you stop scrolling the chat while I'm trying to read it, please? 381.624 plastic. 381.624. 144. I'd tell it what the item is before I do that. 144. There's 300 rubber. $288 concrete. 210. Scrap. 210. And silica 52.5. Now look at that. That's a bit more simplified. Still not great. Still very much not great. But that is a fair bit better in terms of just not being extremely cluttered. This is a mess. Unfortunately, I still have, see, I wasn't lying, 209.2 constructors. That's where all of the iron ingots are going, just to make wire. And yes, 0 copper sheets a minute, along with 0.1 plastic a minute. Makes 0 circuit boards a minute. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that one either. Alright, now to redeem that hydrate, since I'm actually done doing what I was doing. Okay. Well, I got some things working, so I guess that means it's time to take down all of this nonsense. Did I miss any? Nope. Yep. I forgot that that was its own section. That's fine. Can't even get the chainsaw out in time for the autosave. Still after it. Do I have anywhere near enough? I do, actually. Working on your track again. What else is new? I don't really want to do that. What I could start doing... something like this. To get onto the correct hotbar, that would help immensely. What else is new? Like, seriously, that has been such a common theme. Wrong hotbar. Put it on the schedule for late next year so you have an incentive to finish it. Oh, I guess that's one way to motivate yourself. Now, no way in hell. Yeah, fair enough. No way in hell towards you, Dingle. No way in hell towards further out. I mean, maybe no way in hell towards you as well. Just the way that you've been working on that track. But it wasn't directed at you. Challenge accepted. How about you do it by the end of the year? You won't. Alright, I'm out of iron plates. What did I come here for? Not really rods. That should be more than enough, I would hope. Also, I want to do this. Why not? Just reset that. There. I've still got some space in my inventory. The AI line done for the cup layout. That's one layout. Perhaps you should prioritize the layout that we'd actually use, though? At least if you have any intention of us running it. Just a suggestion, you know. Let's see, put this there. Get this all out along there. One there. There. Not like that. Whoops, that's not F. Did I say F? I meant H. There we go. Just so satisfying. Zooping has nothing on that. Even blueprints have nothing on that. Because blueprints, you're limited to... what, like... that much area? Is that it, I think? It's like 32 square meters. Or something like that. Cubic meters? If you're wondering what I mean by blueprints, if you haven't seen, Update 7 is bringing blueprints. So that's pretty cool. I intend to use all three layouts. Right. Hi, Max. This is completely unnecessary. I really wish I could utilize whatchamacallit to change this. I can't even hold it in place. I can't try and position it quickly. But on the other hand, because I can't even shift hold it in place, I can just do that. Okay. Really, the optimal shape is more just leaving it rectangular, but what fun is that? That might be a nuisance, depending on what goes in that area. Platform shifts a fair amount to the side, doesn't it? And I'm leaving a bit of this space open over here just to try and make it a little bit easier, slug, for any water to be wrapped up and around. Kind of like what I did over there. You can see the water is exposed on that side a little bit, so I can just wrap the pipes up and around the edge into the refineries. Okay, now what do I do? What do I do now? I need 10 refineries for Caterium. I need 20 for copper. Could just get them over and done with, I guess. And to think at the end of all this, it's going to come down to 8 assemblers making 6 assembly director systems a minute. That's ridiculous. Give myself a little bit of space. That look good? Yeah, it looks fine. How many did I said I need? 10? Did I just see? It's... I can place another one. I thought it was giving me the error with placing it. How about I actually set the recipe? So this is going to be pure Caterium. I would love to just copy paste, but update 5, that doesn't work. Also, I spammed C, which is descend. C is descend because shift is sprint, and this is in Minecraft anyway. What am I doing? In the very first one, we do longer quali sessions for EJLMS 2 and shorter practice. I mean, more than like 10-15 minutes maybe, but I don't think we need a full hour of qualifying for most tracks. 30 minutes should be sufficient, though. 36.7101. I don't actually know how many of these are going to require. 24 per minute, yeah, so that's easily Mark 1 territory. Every 2 notches on a conveyor lift is 1 more of the stackable poles, and if you go up 2 beyond the base, you get to 3. If you don't put it up at all, so like just there, you get 2. Doing it this way means that you can get the fluids in underneath with minimal hassle. And things and stuff. Yeah, I didn't want to place there because of clipping, but I can kind of force it to go there by holding it with Smart, and it just overrides it for whatever reason. Probably would start at 4:20 your time. Nice. So how much water do I need for this? Please get off the screen. 248.81. So just over 2 pumps, of course. Missing rotors. I'm out of rotors. Well, I did build 10 refineries. To bring like 3 or 4 stacks of rotors with me. It's actually faster for me to jump like this. When I'm not doing that, at least. Motors I'm almost out of. I don't need steel ingots in my inventory. BMW be a bit more spicy after the center of gravity change. Well, you know, Max, you could make it so that doesn't happen. Although, honestly, if I have to switch to the BMW when we do GT3s just because it's a bit more stable, that's fine. Don't know why I went here. Actually, how many of these? That is an extra one worthy. That's an extra one worthy. So I only really need that. And those are within 2. So. Gotcha, Max. Yeah, I have no preference personally to brands or anything in the case of GT3. I figured it'd be better to stick with the BMW simply because it's not taking slots away from anybody who already drives the Mercedes, versus the BMW isn't in EJLMS at this point. So it's basically impossible to take slots from people in that regard. Not that it really matters at the end of the day. I just will not drive the BMW or the Ferrari. BMW, Porsche. I have no preference for brand, but I do have preference for handling. I don't need to drive either of them. Sure, that looks basically straight up. Very nice. Very nice. Let's see if I hold those two, just do this. Until it does that. Our line tried. It tried. Out of copper sheets. Damn it. I should have restocked on more. Pitch change under braking. Wow, that's a fair bit of variance. I think I should be fairly good on this stuff, but I can pop up. Thought I shift-clicked in another stack. Guess not. Pop that off. Bonk. 2 extra stacks of that. Yeah, quick wire, I'm more or less fine on. Top that off. And you I haven't even touched. In line with iRacing and what you've heard. Okay. Here's a question for you, Max. I forget if you've mentioned this before or not, but out of curiosity, if it were the case that the cars could not be replicated to be realistic, or if they were replicated to be perfectly realistic, doesn't matter which cars, and they drove like absolute shit, unrealistically, and just would not be anything anybody actually wants to drive, would you go outside of realism just to make it work in a setup? Because obviously getting it realistic is great, but if that means having... You already do. Yeah, okay. I love that Smart can do this. It just knows. Those stack vertically like that. Fortunately, I have to put another set like right here. Where are you? All the way in there. I had Alt again. Tires should be much more unforgiving in slides as a prime example. Yeah, okay. I guess what I meant more so was like going way outside of like what should be realistic just to get them to be pleasant to drive instead of it works but it's awful. How many, what am I even making? Caterium 248, that's a Mark III. You wouldn't think it is, but it do, because 60, 120, 270? What? Why? Doesn't 240 make more sense? Especially since the next one is 280? Or 480, rather? No, it is 100% 270. And then the final one is 780? 780. Because raisins, I guess. Well, characteristics. Won't make Porsche's center of gravity the same as the Ferrari. Yeah. There's the autosave. I don't know, I guess it just crossed my mind at some point recently because you keep having all these issues with getting the cars correct. And like, would it just be worth it to drop the realism and just make them work? And then just delete all of that. I don't actually need any of that. Suspend it out over the water. Don't worry about it. Making them work would require you knowing what you're doing. Well, there is that, I guess. That got funky for a minute. Oh, come on. Can't modify any of these, so it's gonna be annoying about it. Even though that's definitely not what I want. Yeah, I know you think you're trying to be smart, but you're really not being smart right now. Like, at all. That was... It tried to snap, and then I moved it back out of the snap, but I can move it forward, and it hits the snap point. Weird. Well, how about the... Okay, so I need 32 point... Right? Yes, 32.81 per minute. What I'm thinking is this. There. See? Nice and simplistic, because it's not a silly fraction anymore. Kunos is higher. Gotcha. There. Do a rather sharp rise here. It's not pretty, but it gets it up and out of the way for the resource to go through. which is good considering there's going to be copper going out to the side very shortly. Basically, the next row of machines will be dedicated to that. How many Caterium per minute? Oh, only 124 per minute. That's nothing. Oh, and I need copper to do anything with it. Okay. Got it right first try. How much does it output? 12. Oh, 24, 36, 48, 60, 72, 120. Well, 120 there, but it turns into 124. And then... what needs what? Where did I see that? Ah, yes, steamed copper sheets. One refinery at 66.669%. Nice. You're missing something in suspension stuff? Probably, Max. If that's the case, then yeah, probably. I think that was 30. Yeah, looks about right. That's a TCR screenshot. Since when has your track had grass, Dingle? Wasn't it less like that in like 2020? Like forever ago, certainly. How far am I doing in between these? Just every... since yesterday. Well, there we go. I'm working on it, yep. There we go. And I can actually very quickly now. I did this work off stream, obviously. But this allows me to just run the cables back along here. And just wire it up on the fly. Well, I mean, obviously, Dingle, you know, actually having grass on your track, for starters, helps to make it look like an actual track a lot. Go for it. Oh, I need to wire up the water as well. Lap 1. As you were the one race where I actually did better than a lot of the LMP2 pros. That's a rarity. There. Water is now flowing and will make its way up here. And that's only... well... there we go. That's only 270 cubic meters of water per minute. I only need 248. So that is sufficient for this. Okay, so I run out of basically everything trying to build another 10. Yeah, you had a near flawless race because you've just... you're fucking luck as of late. Luck and consistency. Fucking obnoxious. I mean, honestly, Max, I don't know what you can do. Because how do you prevent the rear wheels from locking up the way they do? You'd have to, like, force the clutch to go fully in on the downshift and then make sure the engine RPM is perfectly matched before disengaging it. Good luck. Probably won't be able to do that knowing Assetto. Don't even think they're locking up exactly. They're not locking up. What's happening? Assuming that they're working logically. What's happening is that you're... so... the wheel speed different from the car speed, basically, yeah. When you downshift it, you're obviously putting a load on the engine to bring it up, and if it's not perfectly matched, you're either making the wheels overspin or you're making them underspin, and what's most likely happening is that they're underspinning because the rev match is not happening well enough, so it just slows down the wheels just that little bit on downshift, and Dingle's being an idiot. What else is... like, it's definitely not locking up the tires. But it's altering the rotational speed of them just enough to throw the car off balance. Which is obviously the problem. Hydrate, of course. I'll take the hydrate on my brake. Yeah, this is when I did the little bit of playing last week off stream. Yeah. Say everything about how I'm feeling about this factory as of late. Sure, why not? Yeah, Max, makes sense. Well, you're putting a lot of load on the drivetrain going down into first because the gear reduction, or whatever, whichever way it is actually going, ups the torque by a ridiculous amount. but it also causes the engine to go quite high in RPM, generally speaking, which is half of your issue. It's just a lot of load on the system, and if it's not perfectly balanced, something is going to get upset. And usually, that means the tires changing their speed even just fractionally, and it fucks it up. But it doesn't. Well, I'm talking about if it's working realistically. What Assetto was doing, I can't fucking tell you. But logically speaking, that's what should be happening with it. Anyway, I'm going to take a short break. When I come back, continue with some more Satisfactory, working on this factory that I'm not sure how much longer I want to work on it, but we're getting there. I don't know if this will be the final night of it. It might be simply because I want to play Pokemon on Monday. Hard to say. We'll just have to wait and see how Friday goes. Speaking of Friday, exclamation point goals, you can check that out while I'm on break. We're actually one sub off of being 50% to Pokemon Y. But we're only one sub off of 25% of the way to the actual main goal of playing Pokemon Violet on release day. Yeah, you guys can have a think about that. I'm gonna run some ads while I'm on my break. I won't be playing games while the ads are running. I'll be back after they're finished, and they'll be over before I'm playing the game. If you don't like ads, just mute the stream or pause it for like 3 minutes. It should be over by then. Anyway, BRB. Alright, I'm back. Apparently the thing didn't send the message, so how was I supposed to know that the break was over? Stupid Stream Deck. Anyway, let's get back into the game, shall we? I will say on the topic of the goal, kind of funny, like I understand people not necessarily wanting to contribute both because, well, they don't want to watch somebody else play Violet, they want to do it for themselves. They want to play it for themselves. But also because so many other people will be streaming it just because, you know, without any extra costs involved. So like, why would you help out? That's all fair. But the funny thing to me is that even the $100 goal, like, we're barely halfway there, and that's basically just because people use their sub button, sub anniversary button. The alerts, the messages in chat that come through, right? We all good in the inventory? Looks fine to me except for that, but my inventory's kind of full. But yeah, Pokemon Y. Nobody wants to watch Pokemon Y, do they? It's Gen 6. Gen 6 is like the worst generation, or it would be, if not for Gen 1 being a thing. I mean, it's not to say that Gen 6 is bad, just compared to everything else, it's just lacking, you know? Here, you can hold on to that stuff. But nobody wants to help out because nobody really cares to watch a Gen 6 playthrough. Because just, it needed Pokemon Z. There needed to be a Pokemon Z, but we never got it. That's nice and full. How about this? Getting there. It's getting there. Here, so I don't have to come out here again. I'll bring that much with me. And there we go. That is turbo fuel. Speaking of which, how's my power grid going? Can you click on these ones? No. I have to find an actual power pole somewhere. There's a power pole. Producing 56,000. That's far under what it should be. But it's still above my max consumption by quite a ways, so don't care at this point. Open an inventory while I was holding a button, and that's what happens. So this is going to have to be copper. Here, copper. Very noisy behind me. So I don't have to do all that again. I'm just going to do this. There we go. That was too many. 20, all set to do pure copper. Although, one of them, I'm going to make it the first one, one of them needs to be set to 72.0701%. Yes, that's correct. I looked at this and yes, 15 per minute by default. This is where blueprints would come in real handy. And granted, it's a modded install. I could just get a blueprint mod. But not at this point. How much water am I going to need for this? 197 cubic meters per minute. That's not much. That's really not much. Need to go back here. That one's not crooked, but the one I just deleted sure was. God damn it. Actually, if these only require 10 per minute, that means I can do 1 pump per row. A bit nicer in some ways. Come on. Please? Let's get that little bit of sideways movement. Rather annoying. Also, my volume's gone up. I can lower it back down. Turned it up because the music I listened to on the break was a little bit on the quiet side. And of course, speaking of music, if you ever wonder why I don't play music on stream, well, 1, DMCA bullshit. But 2, since there's plenty of material that is DMCA compliant, add your own soundtrack, you know? You're not forced to listen to whatever I want to listen to. Maybe you want to, but, well, too bad. Listen to what you want to listen to. Add your own soundtrack. Or don't add anything. So this is by default 15 per minute, so that's 150. Still Mark III. And if you're wondering why I'm adding these at the distances I am, you're unaware. Because belts can only run about 4-ish refineries worth. So, 4 refineries, Then I put that down, and then I do 4 more refineries, and then I put another one down, and then I do whatever's left, because it's not 4 refineries. It might be more like 5 instead of 4, but it's close enough. Point is more that by doing it this way, I ensure that I don't have to go back and change it up. And by change it up, I mean add more supports after already having done them. Just run the belts. Whoops. Auto save. I feel like this one is not in a great location, but that's fine. I can work around that. That one's actually in between machines, so it'll work just fine. On that, place that, and we're good. Up for you, I need to replace you. I'm going to add these belts here so it'll all work properly. What I might be able to do as well is this. No. That's into 0701 times 15, 10.8105. Being unreasonable again, you stupid piece of shit. And then it does that, and it screws it all up, but whatever. Good enough. I don't know why I didn't just do it from this end. Right? Yeah, 37.5. Let's do... It's like 130. 37.5. What's that times 2? That's 75? So 75, not quite 120, 150, 225, still Mark 3, Mark 4, and then just replicate. 2 Mark 4s. Oh, right. I should do this. So go down the row. Wow. That was horrendous, game. 5, and then the rest are Mark 3s. Week-long reruns at night format? Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, I haven't been watching it, so I wouldn't know. You know, for the longest time, I was banned from their chat. You know what the reason was? I don't. Legitimately. When the ban appeal system was implemented, I submitted an appeal. It's like, look, I honestly don't know why I was banned. Could I just be unbanned? All I want to do is make clips. I don't even care to chat. And they're like, yeah, actually, we don't know why you were banned either. Oh, sure. Like, okay. That's good. Odds are I just got hit in some crossfire. You know, shotgun ban. But because of how their policies were back then, too bad. Let's see, if I'm looking straight up and oh, there you are. Find it. Feel like right here. And again, right here, because it doesn't quite work otherwise. Sure, dingle. But I don't want that. Helps press the right button. What was that Auto 2D doing? What are you doing? There we go. Pretty much half dark. Well, I mean, that is realistic, Max. Road Atlanta is pretty far west for being on the East Coast, but it's still very much, and I mean it's also further south, but it's still very much a dark race. Oh. I hope someday they fix this, because it should be more... Well, yeah. Wall outlet... Wall outlet Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3, all in one section, and then double outlet 1, 2, 3 in another. Not Mark 1s, Mark 2s, and Mark 3s. I don't want to alternate between single and double. I want to alternate between the singles and then the doubles. Water up and running. That's water flowing. At sunset, at the moment sunset is 4:40 p.m. in-game, starting at 12. Yeah, I mean, that sounds right. That pretty much does sound right. With 10x acceleration. How many do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Five is for practice. Sounds like a time. Yeah, Mark 4. I think these are all... Oh, they're all Mark 4s. Should they be? No. They should all be Mark 5s. $65 times 8. 520. That is definitely a Mark 5. I don't know how that got mixed up. And I'm just running all these resources along. I may not even need to do that. But also I may not need to do any of this because how long is this factory actually going to still be used? Not a clue. Is Mark 4 even right? Yeah. Barely. How much am I expecting over here? 145. You should just auto-sort yourself out. Yep. Just gonna run this like this. I don't even know what I'm gonna use that for. That is gonna clip, but oh well. That can't be right. I'm not getting... Whoops. Not what I'm getting in. 295.81. Perfect. Love it when it sorts itself out. Because it usually doesn't. Can I take this back yet? I sure can. Although I can get rid of that. That frees up a slot. power setup. You paint them. You know you can paint like everything, even the pipes, that stuff. Those, even that can get painted. Apparently, though, it seems to. I guess it's just got weird secondary. That can be painted. The belts can be painted. I don't have any obnoxiously bright greens for Max, but I do have this. Even the platform can be painted. See? I'm not bothering with another custom swatch though, so that's all you got. Okay, so fair chunk of the copper, a fair chunk, 4 refineries worth goes off. Why are you... What if I told you? This might have been a thing from the very start. No screws. No screws and no steel screws. I think that's all the screw recipes that there are. Oh, no cast screws either. Alright, how much did that just screw things up? Byproduct modular frames. I mean, this bit looks right still at least. Cool. I don't want screws. Screws are dumb. Okay, anyway. Very scientific method to making sure I place these correctly, and that's literally just to stare at them very closely. Very scientific. Close enough. Actually, I only need a Mark II. I've not been able to get a golden pole in a while. I got one relatively early on in the playthrough, and then I got another one. I got another 2 in one stream. Actually, one might have even been a lift or something. I think they were all poles. Max, it started cooling off this week, like everywhere on the East Coast. I don't know how much it will have cooled in that region of Georgia, but... Oh, Geek said he was expecting snow. He's not Georgia, nowhere near Georgia, but still. So it's probably not going to be great. And of course, even if it was raining or snowing down in Georgia, it wouldn't matter because weather in Assetto. Good joke. Yes, it technically does exist, but 51? Yeah, that's pretty fucking cold for down there. So that's a thing. Yeah, I do have it. Sure, copper stuffs, why not? Go. Power's flowing. Air 11C, track 15C. Yep. Like I said, that's also quite cold for down there. 51 degrees is not that cold, but for the southeastern US, it's pretty cold. Nothing up here, though. Heck, I was in Florida... What was this, like 2010? I was in Florida in like March or April. And walked outside at like 1 in the morning. Why are you not distributing properly? Because that's stupidity. Got it. Walked outside at like 1 in the morning and it was 70 degrees Fahrenheit. A little over 20 C. It was, you know, like mid-spring. Normally it would be on the cooler side, but especially at night, but no, 70 degrees because it's fucking Florida. Not quite as far south as Road Atlanta, admittedly. Or far north. Florida is further south. Still. Okay, so a lot of the copper is going towards fused quick wire. That combines with the caterium. What are directions, right? Exactly. What are directions? Don't ask me. Oh, you what? What if... Yeah, of course I can't do that. Not that easily. What if I did this like this? I'm gonna get a bunch of copper in my inventory, but so be it. Auto splitter, not because I actually want it to automatically split things, but because I want it to listen to what I have to say and actually route accordingly. So 37.5 times 2 is 75, right? But I want 82.498 copper per minute. That's 7.498 the one way. And you, I want outputting... How much was it? 7.498. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave those belts as they are, even if they don't saturate properly. Great. Close enough. Don't care. Also, if I get another VOD muted because of standing there, floating there for that little bit, gonna be dumb. Needs a bit of water. Yeah, I mean, Dingle, I saw that you said that somewhere. I didn't bother to respond at the time, but since you're bringing it up again, I'll just go ahead and say it's very easy to set a fast lap when you're in clean air for the entire race. Oh. That would explain that. You say that, but that was a stock car. Yes. But again, when you're not in traffic and you're not dealing with catch-up, it's a lot easier to go faster than not. That routed into there. And then I can actually just take this straight over, skipping over this. So this is supposed to be steamed copper sheets. You accept 82.498 per minute. And you need to be set to 66.66%. Which is 15 per minute. Isn't that nice? He just responded to the post, too. Why did I get meant? Oh. Because Max posted all that shit, of course. Yeah, you should get extra points for that. Did anybody actually even mention that on Friday? Or Saturday? Whenever the fuck it was? Actually, technically it was Sunday. Really, right? Honestly, thought you'd notice sooner. Well, I mean, there's a very small difference between the red new message icon and the ping icon on the taskbar. And since it's off on my side displays and Discord is hidden behind my Chrome window that has this in it, so, you know, I won't see it behind this. That's why. Excuses. You've also pinged in like the last 50 minutes, 40 minutes or something, because it wasn't there when I took my break. That will probably help with automatic routing. Yep. Okay, I'm just gonna do this. Okay. And then copper stuffs. Oh, if I come down to here, I can line it up. Try to line it up properly. You are making 22 per minute. There we go. Now I can do this, bring this over here. Upgrade that. And it should be going now. Oh, I never set up the water, that's why. Duh. Put a Mark II on it. Sure, that works. And I don't need to upgrade that one because that'll suffice. These should start kicking on in a moment. From left to right, most likely. The yellow bars on the top will turn green. There's the leftmost one. There's two. It does take a minute for not only the water to propagate through the pipes, but also for it to fill up the machines enough to actually run. Yeah, statics up. I don't know. Still not 100% that I'm ending tonight, but I mean, it's pretty likely. These are all Mark II, yes. Alright, there's copper sheets. Let's see. I'm producing 30 plus 52.5 copper sheets per minute, so that's that. And also 622.031 plus 34.997, 657.028 copper. And that should be that. So then if I go into this, and I say copper ingot, 657.028, and then copper sheet, and do 82.5, not 825 point, 800 or 82.5. I've got a random quick wire constructor just off on its own. Byproduct motor. Why? Why? Why is this a thing? Why are these here? Game, what are you doing? Game. It's not even the game. It's just this silly thing. Everything else look correct? Vaguely. Just trying to figure this out. Don't know what that was that just drove by. It's too dark. Didn't recognize the tail lights, but it was something with a 4-cylinder. Autosave. Let's definitely put a dent into this. It was you. Since when do you own a car? There's a lot of things that are saying 0x, which is weird. Probably because I screwed it up somehow. Whatever. Supercomputers, 0. Something's weird. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and remove those last 2 inputs, the copper stuff. And that doesn't fix everything, but it made it slightly better. What was the round before last? Was that Road America? Because you didn't even have to fucking try at Road America, so that doesn't really count. Alright, well it's basically break time, so it's time to head back. Ah! Bacon got in the way. Damn you, bacon a guard. $88 copper I picked up. Almost out of sheets though. Sheets are over here. Monza was also primarily because I took tires and you didn't, but never mind that. I guess there's a half decent chance you would have won regardless. But it's all in the past, so what does it matter? The only one I actually care about is Road America, because fuck Logitech. If you don't know about that story, basically that race happened the weekend after I upgraded my computer from a 6th gen i7 to a 10th gen i9, and not that that's relevant, but it's nice to have proper hardware. Yeah, I ended up reinstalling the OS. And while I was at it, I also updated, major feature update updated. And, Pichu Monza. Yeah, so I reinstalled the OS, and so I had to reinstall all my software. Well, it turns out, for the first time in about 4 years, Logitech decided to update its abandonware, LGS. But in the process of updating it for like Windows 11 or whatever, they broke force feedback. Like, it just doesn't work. You get a constant force in the wheel, and you get zero actual feedback from the game that you're playing. Just completely does not work. Yeah, thank you, bot. Starting right around now, actually. So, yeah, I didn't realize that until far too late, and getting a hold of the executable for the older version was, not a fun time. Yeah, static. Well, here's the problem. This mouse, right here, this mouse, Logitech says fuck off and buy one of our newer mice if I try and use G-Hub. So, intentional or not, they can suck my fucking dick. I'm using LGS because that's all that works with this fucking mouse. And, yeah, static, But I also explain things just in case anybody else is watching that doesn't know, That's why you think it's intentional? Quite possibly. Yeah, Max, well, my issue is primarily having older hardware that requires abandonware. It's all dumb. Just buy a new mouse. Here, you know what my response to that is? Get that number to 1,000, then I'll buy a new mouse. Yeah, not 200, 1,000. Bills ain't gonna pay themselves. Anyway, the middle of the stream, so sure, goals, Pokemon Violet, you want to see me play it on stream on Friday? We're like a quarter of the way there. You exhausted your yearly limited donations and subs. Yeah, Max, I know. You're good. I mean, hell, you did what, like 6 months in advance, or was it only 3? Either way, you did something in advance. Problem is, we don't have enough people around here that want to help out. We don't have enough people that want or are able to help out. And if you're not able to, that's perfectly fine. Heck, I'm not able to myself. That's why I have basically no subscriptions on Twitch. Anyway, it's time for a break. I'm not going to keep chatting here. Let's go off to a break and then come back and do whatever it is that I'm going to do. I'm going to run some ads while I'm away. The ads will conclude before I get back. Don't worry. I don't play ads while I'm playing the game. If you get ads while I'm playing the game, either Twitch is being a dick, or you just joined and you got pre-rolls. If you're a sub and you see ads, Twitch is being a dick, or you have your ad block configured incorrectly. Wow, Dingle. Anyway, yeah, it's the only time during the stream I run ads, so if you don't like it, just pause the stream for a few minutes or something. You won't miss much. Yeah, I'll be back in a few. Alrighty, I am back, and yeah, static. I'm sure that there's stuff out there that can replace it to some extent at least. And honestly, like in the case of my mouse, I don't need software to make it work. It'll work just fine on its own because it can store profiles on itself. So I can just configure it however I want, which since I don't use dynamic bindings on it anymore, that's perfectly fine. And I don't need to use LGS as a result. I can just use G-Hub for the wheel. Although my headset might... Headset. Yeah, okay. Headset is the reason why I still have to use G-Hub. Probably. Because that has a virtual surround sound. And even if I'm not supplying it audio such that the virtual surround sound works properly, trying to run it without the software running is awful. Like, not usable. So, unless there was a solution for that to still work properly, then I'm stuck with LGS either way. And honestly, it doesn't even matter if there's an alternative solution. It's just the principle of the matter. Like, fuck you, Logitech. Support your older hardware that still works for some people, would ya? Like, I don't know how old this mouse is, for instance, but I've not even had it for 10 years. Okay, it's 9 years old at this point. Over 9, a little. But it still works. Fucking ridiculous. Yeah, just static. The one thing I've learned over time is just not to buy Logitech hardware. Says the guy who bought Logitech speakers last year. But to be fair, the speakers for just basic ass speakers that work, that doesn't require extra software. As long as they work. Though the ones I got are... You ever heard of Equalizer APO? Because yeah, I've got a profile set up for them. Mouse, please. It's not like they wouldn't work as they are, but the amount of extra bass in those fucking speakers, because it has a sub, the amount of extra bass is just, never mind bothering me. It's going to fucking shake the ceiling downstairs so much. It's going to bother them downstairs. So yeah, I use a custom equalizer profile, but once you get past that, they're alright. Don't buy Logitech. That's still not... That's like 20 megawatts off of what it should be. 20 gigawatts. Sorry. I think it's time to give up on this, though. Because honestly, this factory, I know I've just been working on it for the last 2 hours, but not sure I want to go further with it. It's just too much of a pain in the ass. And again, how many constructors do I need to make for iron wire? Oh yeah, 209. Hello? 209 constructors just for wire. Okay. I say that my mouse works fine and now it's being weird. It's because I unplugged it and plugged it back in. The mouse works fine, however, I think the USB port, whether it's the port or the cable connector, is a little bit iffy after all this time. So if I unplug it and plug it back in, it gets a bit iffy for a while, but then it sorts itself out. Seems to be getting better now, though. Older hardware, you know. But it works fine when it's not having that issue. So as long as I leave it plugged in, or if I just use it in wireless mode, works both ways, then it works fine. Yeah, that sounds about right, Static. Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is the same company that went from selling the G27 for like $300 to the G29 for $400. Oh, and you have to pay an extra $60 for the shifter that no longer is included with it, but we still give you 3 pedals by default. Like, yes, okay, you implemented all of the controller buttons on the wheel itself. Fair. But you took the shifter out and then added an extra $160 worth of controls? I'm sorry. That's $20 less than my controller cost brand new. And might I remind you, this has vibrating controllers, adjustable tension on the sticks, which can be removed. The D-pad can be removed and swapped. It has extra buttons. The triggers have 3 different ranges of motion. You know, it can store multiple profiles on board. Yeah, the wheel has multiple profiles in some of these things as well, but like, this entire controller cost $180 at the time. Brand new. What it costs now, I don't know. You're telling me that adding a bunch of buttons on the face of the wheel costs the majority of this entire controller? When you already had a perfectly good base, and the internals are pretty much the same in the wheel? Yeah. Right. Because a regular Xbox controller is what, like $60, $70? Yes, that's exactly what we're telling you. You gotta fucking love it. This is why I hold on to my older hardware. Well, the headphones I want to replace, but I opted to make my computer better rather than make my personal audio situation better. Hey, that goal gets up to $1,000, I can look into the audio. Probably. I don't know. Bills are way too fucking expensive. That similar topic, but let's not get even deeper into this, shall we? It's worth like $10. It's just sold for several 100% markup, so middlemen can earn more than 100% profit. Yeah. Anyway, this factory. Pretty expansive. Got copper, caterium, and iron production there. Some steel production there. This is plastic and rubber. I don't remember what this is over here. That looks like some amount of rubber. And my inputs have dried up. Why is that? Oh. You're no longer... I don't know what actually is backstuffed here. I mean, what probably happened is that the plastic and rubber backstuffed, and then that caused this to... Okay, my mouse keeps disconnecting. Again, the connector on it is a bit flaky, which is the one issue I have with it. Yeah, there it went again. I shouldn't have unplugged it and put it up near the mic. I know better, but I did it anyway. Yeah, see, this is when it reconfigures itself and the sensitivity is minimum. This is normal. Ay, ay, ay. The fact that this is all backstuffed and not doing anything is fine. Obviously, that means that these outputs are... No, these 2 outputs are kind of just dead, but whatever. I'm into silence, though, because everything's backstuffed. There's some stuff up over here as well. Screw you. I'm just passing by, leave me alone. It's all silica and alumina solution. It's all being handled down here. Look, there's no belts passing through, right? So we just cut into the side of the splitter. So it's not actually clipping, it's just built into it. So it's fine. Bauxite, water, alumina solution, silica. Because it's backstuffed on alumina solution, it's no longer producing silica. But I had the silica set to overflow. Fortunately, there's no easy way to do that same sort of setup. Also, totally a rock and not an egg. There are better examples up around here somewhere. They're all over the place, though. What is their purpose actually, and are they rocks, or are they actually, like, fossilized eggs? I don't know, wait for 1.0 to come out. That'll tell us, probably. And if it doesn't tell us anything, then they're probably just rocks. Also, you want some coal? There's coal there. Here, why not? One more slug, why not? There's also one down over here somewhere. There it is. I never did get the train line run out to over here either. I suspect there's a station right here, but this is a really janky curve, so either I would split off like this way and come up here, or maybe I would split off over here somewhere and come out this way, or maybe I would even run a line up the hill here. Somewhere. I don't know. Autosave. I have a few options for running trains. It would be easiest to run it from the east side over here, because like where this train is coming is where I already have a line. Right now it's going up a long hill. But I do have a line that like runs in along roughly here somewhere. I don't know, let's see where this one traces. Unfortunately, obviously, you can't actually show the train lines. Oops. Yeah, so it comes down along here, and then at some point it curves over, or it continues towards the waterfall, comes over at an angle, then goes this way and over this way, I think. It'll turn. Yep. So I could just, like, make another... Yeah, so it... No, that was just a little wiggle. I think it comes down right here. There's a branch that goes off this way and then routes its way around there. We'll see that in a little bit, since I'm just going to go through everything. But I could just, like, bring the train up along here. Of course, that would mean that it's coming in from, like, over that way, which is no good place to run a train in, but I can run it underneath, right? Look how much room there is. I mean, okay, you have to navigate all the water pumps, but beyond that, it's fine. Multiple ore things, these tall-ass power poles. They're not actually power poles, but they're poles for putting the power things on. The power room that I overbuilt because why the hell not? And of course, why not? Just go over this way and check out some of the mining setups that are nearby. Couple of ore nodes over that way. Suddenly the fog is gone. Oh, nice. Some ore there. There's another slug I'm not going to bother to get. There's some more ore off over that way that I'm getting. There might be 2 miners, but only 1 belt. Some coal nodes right down there. There's another one right there, yep, and there. Shadows make it hard to identify it sometimes. There's that train line. Oh, we just missing the train. What a shame. There you go. This train station is a fun one. This is actually where I'm running the power for the ADS factory, and from currently you can see the power line going off that way. Because there's the factory. Good job, Max. You checksummed yourself. Congratulations. Sulfur, here comes the train. Only transferring 536 items per minute. That's not ideal. Supposed to be getting 600 per minute. Let's ride along with this train one last time, because it's just too good not to. Let it finish loading, and then I'll jump back in with the better camera view. Oh no, it preserved it. Cool. This little bit is just so good. You know why? Because there's a rock face there. Just wiggle around it. Why not? A couple of birds up in the sky, if you want to call them birds. Trees doing something weird over there. And finally back to double line. Of course, as we load through different areas, there's some load zones they have to go through. I could have made all of these just path zones and not had the train slowing down unnecessarily, because it's so close together. There's the monstrosity. That is where the train is going. Coming into view finally. That is 3 layers of fuel generators, 504 fuel gens total, along with a layer of refineries and other machines beneath that. Oh, you're slowing down because you're just going way over speed. Yeah, you can see a lot of the fuel gens towards the back are not fully fueled. Unfortunately, with the way that I set this up, it's not great. Yeah, see, all of them are offline. Yeah, see, I don't have a lot of fuel storage, which shouldn't be the case, but is the case. Like I said, there's like 120 some refineries down here. Some of them are waiting. Oh, compacted coal is an issue, eh? Probably because of these damn things. Bunch of water pumps, some more fuel storage. How's the fuel storage doing? Full. 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 And full. Yeah, of course. So the compacted coal is an issue, eh? Interesting. You can see I had to do this to try and get lines to merge in properly. This is where I'm actually producing the heavy oil, and then blending it into fuel storage there, and then refining it all into turbo fuel, which then gets burnt up there, along with the water for each. But what about the compacted coal, right? I mean, that's got to come in from somewhere. Oh. That's not ideal. Oh, also, if you ever wanted to know how to get these really thin conveyor lift floor holes. Well, roofs allow you to place those through holes on them. That's how. Okay, what probably happened is that... Oh, I see. Is that what I did wrong? I know what I did wrong. I'm gonna halt the doings of things for just a moment. Bear with me. If I do this... that will... Nice. Trying to balance it more or less. This is realistically what I should have had from the get-go. Because, I mean, the trains aren't saturating the buffers in the first place, but then not having an item buffer here when the trains do show up definitely hurt it. Also, this right here is part of why I didn't update this and that and those. You can see I have 4 coal lines all coming in, and then they all go into these modules, which takes 4 inputs and turns it into 3 outputs. Because screw your manifolds, I'm just going to do it this way. Seriously, you know how much easier this is? Just balancing it like that. Just however many inputs and however many outputs. And then I'm splitting it further here, to be fair. But it's all about... yeah, so still some load balancing going on, but regardless. So yeah, Turbo Fuel Factory, if it was working properly, more of these gens would be on. But they're not, so instead of producing like 80-some thousand megawatts, I'm only producing about 55 to 60,000. But I'm not even consuming 20,000 typically, and my maximum consumption is under 40,000. I also don't have a ton of stored charge, so oh well. Go back to the main base, and I guess we could talk about this as well. This nonsense here is just all for biofuel. Like seriously, input leaves the biomass, input woods to biomass, and then these both just turn biomass into biofuel, and then this over here turns alien stuffs into biomass, which then gets turned into biofuel, and it all gets merged into here. My original biofuel setup, which they say that they're all connected and running. They're not running. They're disconnected from the grid. But they're there if I need them. Not that I can actually do anything with them. My miners obviously have gotten upgraded over time and are just here to sink stuff at this point. Original concrete production, which I did just up a little bit with all this. Not knowing how much concrete I might need. I have this ladder here for before I had flight. This is producing plates. Over here I'm making frames. That's reinforced plates. That's some old belt work from an area that used to be over there. can go over there in a moment. That's where I used to have my computer set up, but I did prepare this up. I did prepare this save for update 6 at one point. I don't know why that's there. Yeah, I got no clue why that's there. Not a clue. Copper stuff, which... Yeah, I'm not opposed to running belts haphazardly at times like that. Hey, at least it's supported in the middle, right? Then over here is all the iron stuffs. Screws. Ugh. So much of the stuff over this way is screws. That's all screws. Those are rods. Those are rods that get turned into screws. Those are rods. Those are plates. These are rods? I do have some stuff that runs underneath, so you can see like wire I have going over that way for something, or it's coming over this way, I guess. Oh, the plates are coming this way. What about the wire? The wire's running this way. Okay, so it's all running this way. Ah, that's why. I'm bringing up the crystal from down there, and I was producing crystal oscillators. And then this, as well as these three over here, were all just temporary setups for the project parts. Go over here, shall we? This originally was my computer setup, as I said before, because there's a fair few oil nodes over here. I'm currently utilizing one of them. This was purely to produce some of this stuff, polymer resin. But I don't need all of it, so I turned it into fuel and produced power. But this is on its own grid, if I remember correctly. Yeah. This is a self-sufficient grid. Probably produces more than it needs, honestly. Yeah, max consumption 105, but production 150. I don't have any overflow on the thing. Also, yes, the belt's clipping. This was supposed to be a temporary setup, but that's that. Also, I have 125 coupons I can print. I'm gonna leave that going, because that's only 1,000,000 coupons. That's pretty close. Consider I'm producing 480,000 points a minute. Yeah, that's pretty close. Only a couple of minutes away. There's also, once again, disconnected biofuel. That. And this anomaly where I tried to run a pipe from one of these to a refinery and it did that. I don't know why. It shouldn't have done that, but it did that. And so I left it here, and I'm not touching it. It's just too good. There's not too much infrastructure down here. Train. You can see I did hook into the geyser that's there. Why wouldn't I? My train. The original coal-based power setup. And hypertubes. Everybody likes hypertubes, right? No, it beat having to walk up and around taking those tubes. I only ran it down to here. You can see back when I still used the vanilla awesome sink instead of the nice little tiny ones. That's basically what this is going towards. Also got some silica here. But I'm sinking all of the excess that's not being used, which is everything at this point. Yeah, the original coal power plants, when I moved away from biomass. The original factory is this section. I forget if I did all 16 here, or if I did these 8, or if I did all 16 in one go. but these were added on later. What am I thinking about? I don't know. There is also some rod production coming from all the way up there and going down over to here, because apparently I needed iron rods at some point. Yeah, shut up, Dingle. Also, here's more of the modular load balancers. They're just really handy. Like, yeah, I could use the auto splitters, but those require computers. You know what doesn't require computers? Modular load balancers. They just require motors. So, early game, once I had motors, I could just make these. And this was all before the auto splitters. That's a regular splitter. That's a regular splitter. That's a regular. They're all regular splitters, because this was all before. Ugh. Heavy modular frames. You know what the most ridiculous part is, though? This is steel production, which wasn't all built on foundations. Also, if you're wondering where this this quartz is coming from, it's coming from around over here somewhere. Oh wait, there's no quartz nodes there. Well, yeah, because they're underground. Beware the cats, in my case. That's all iron ore, iron ingots rather. At some point I revamped this. This wasn't originally this way, but this is more efficient. So I think literally I just built this platform up here and then hooked it back in instead of running directly across. And this was also before that all was there. Running over to there. So this was originally the regular recipe versus now it's solid steel. But you can see I got I got a train up there. Some modular frames that are being shipped in from the station. This used to be a truck. Dealio. Actually, hold up, I can go up. I do have hypertubes, but unfortunately I can't look at the contents of this. But it's modular frames out and rock quartz in. And again, originally this was all handled by trucks for the shipping across, but then once I got trains, I just implemented trains because I don't care how short of a distance it is. I like trains. Oh, also the trains you don't have to worry about poison gas with when you go through that, which is real nice. There's the hypertube coming in. And this has its stupid ass B isn't doing anything. Well, its lights are off now. It's the first time it's moved in like half a year though. Oh no, what a shame, Max. Yeah, so this is just a really compact setup for producing stuff. You're not receiving any power? Ah, I see. I built it with future-proofing in mind, so I never hooked up the other miners. That's a normal. That's a normal. Or is it normal? Is it... Yeah, they're normal. 3 normal nodes. I only hooked into 1. So I have it all set up, but there's no connection there. And then I just built this all compactly to make plates? No. Modular frames. I have 2 crafters, but one of them was done there, another one was done there. Because snaking around trying to fit everything in. Then the train station up here. And you can see this is actually just a middleman for getting stuff over to here, and now it's filled up. This train, shall we take it? Sure, why not? You can see I had a little siding over here, because this is originally where I kept my train. I'll take my train out at some point. But this is originally where I kept my train. So I built this little thing over here. This was also much longer because I didn't know what the hell I was going to be doing with this area. In reality, I could remove 2 freight cars and it would... well, it might not function properly because it's designed to work like this. Yeah, no, I have to leave it as it is because it's designed to work like this. I'd have to reconfigure the other end if I wanted to do it differently. Also, if you noticed, as we came along that line over there, that train line, there goes that train, there was a vertical power pole. I can show you why, or vertical power line. I can show you why that exists. You can see some stuff up on top of the hill there. That's because there's, yeah, you can just about see it. Geothermal gens over there as well. There's another train going off that way, probably to the turbo vroomer factory. There's a mining outpost out there for iron and copper, I believe. There's a purple slug in there that I never went and got. Also another one up there. There's at least one on top of one of these large arches somewhere around the place. I guess there's only those 2. And then this area. God, it's funny how big a lot of the factories felt for the longest time. And then I just made gradually larger and larger factories. So these older ones don't feel as big. Plus, you know, getting to fly around helps. Made extensive use of these modular things. Modular routers. But I did have auto splitters at this point, because this was, originally at least, this was aluminum. You can see down there, aluminum sheets and aluminum container thingies. But also, eventually, because oil, I moved my computers over to here somewhere. They're over here. Yep, those 2 are computers. That's connectors. And somewhere around the place as well as circuit boards. There they are. Ah, circuit boards all along there. So these all are just quick wire. So much quick wire. And of course I've got some oil turning into plastic and rubber. And of course some turning into fuel along with a nice big battery store. It's just regular fuel. Yeah. I had left area for future expansions, and also this was in preparation for update 6 because I was otherwise just going to use these. But I didn't expand it too far. I did expand it though. Yeah, because this is all set up. You can see packages here for packaged fuel, which is mostly getting voided at this point. I also have a train over here. Why do I have a train over here? Because there's a Caterium node over there. Not even kidding. The power indicator does not know whether or not it wants to show up. You can see that train leaving. It literally just snakes across the water and, yeah, comes over to here. And there's the ore. All of that one dedicated train line just for Caterium. Completely overkill at that distance. But I did it anyway, because I wanted to. Also, I set this up a long time ago and then finally eventually used it. That's going to make the packaged fuel by the looks of it. I do have more stuff over here, like copper sheets. Those are heat sinks. Those are the cooling doodads. And then over here I've got fused modular frames going on. This is a stupid plastic rubber loop. Hate those, but whatever. Yeah, train station for cooling systems. A lot of random stuff basically built around the place. Stacked this up so I wouldn't have to expand into the oil node. Although that thing is taking up a huge amount of space. Got a control station over here at least. Bunch of different subsystems. Packaged fuel, cooling systems, fused modular frames, supercomputers, they were over there as well. Computers and connectors, deuterium stuff, fuel production, rubber plastic. I don't know where AI limiters fit into that, but they're over there as well. And then the upper floor where nothing happens. Oh, there's the master power, I guess. No, that's fuel. Yeah, that's the fuel power in. The master cutoff is right here. I've got two stations here. This one's handling copper and iron, and this is just handling any mix-ups, because I've had that happen a few times. Likewise, for the quartz, that comes down here, has a smart splitter, sinking anything that isn't quartz. Because, yeah. Got coal and bauxite coming in from up on the hill in various spots. Mine are up over there. Autosave. My nice little crossover section that the AI do not use. That is purely for my convenience. And then that's one of the trains that's full of heavy modular frames, I guess. Because this has heavy modular frames and then nitrogen gas. I don't know why it has two filled carts. It shouldn't have two. But it does. There's lots of nitrogen gas. Let's see, are there any other areas I can't get to by train? Coal Lake. I went on a trek at some point, set up some coal miners over here and one over here. See, the power is coming in from over that way, and around the hill and everything. Yeah, Mark IIs. Imagine those are Mark IIs as well. Yep. And just mostly like the by the main base, it's just more coal power and battery backup. Simple enough, right? You can see some fuel pumps or water pumps rather in the background there. I remember that lake specifically from my original playthrough. I ended up here somehow. I was going to come here next anyway, so that works, I guess. I remember that specific lake from my first playthrough when I started down in the plains. So I figured, you know what? Easy place to go set up power because it's convenient. I'm literally just sinking coal here. Trains! Yeah, here's a different view. That's where I came down before riding the train. See, this line goes up and over that a ways. Geothermal gens, but there's a node that I'm mining down over here somewhere. Ah, there it is. Like iron. It just comes up and around. Oops. And across. And this is where I store my munitions. And by munitions, I mean explosives. I don't have any actual munitions. Sulfur. Yeah, that's just a simple little coal sulfur setup. That's just a an ore thing. Sulfur and power come from down below. There's also a power cable going over to there. We can go over there in a minute. We get low enough. Hey, look, there's all that stuff. And that's where the sulfur comes from. And look, another hypertube that goes up towards my base. Oh, by the way, the base elevator's right there. A Caterium node up here. Huh. It's a pure node, too. Nice. Not sure I knew that was there. You know what I do know is over here, though. Okay, not that one. You. It's okay. I have an integrated hazmat suit. You can't get hurt. There's also a spicy area up here. This does take a while going uphill. The FOV changes, though, as I look back, is fun. See some Caterium miners over that way. And some smelters as well. They handle the Caterium that comes over this way. Spicy rocks, anyone? I can almost get to like 50... I'm hitting 48%, not quite 50%. Caterium. I had to wait a while to set up this Caterium because that one had a rock on it to explode. I also have unlocked all the alternate recipes, as a side note. Went around at some point and got the rest of the hard drives. Yeah, dingle. Project parts can't even pretend to do it. What a shame. Does this one even have a teleporter real quick before I go on to my final break of the night? Yeah, temp fuel. You can see this earlier because there's that coal setup that I was at before going off the cliff. Temporary fuel setup because I wanted to revamp my fuel setup in the southeastern corner of the map. And I needed power to supplement it, so this is literally just taking 3 of the nodes off of this, which there's another 3 I haven't tapped into, by the looks of it, and just making fuel power from here. This one's a lot better implemented, though, I think, because it actually, like, runs fairly consistently. But again, it doesn't really matter because my power is not an issue anymore. Oh yeah, I didn't end up doing the vertical trick for the pipes, so I had a midway station here just to allow them to do their thing, but good old pumps. Our 2 pumps can pump up quite high. Yeah, this is literally just turning oil to heavy oil and turning heavy oil into fuel. And then burning the fuel. Because let's just pollute this environment, right? It's not like anybody actually lives here. But what about the lizard doggos? The poor lizard doggos. Base elevator. Oh, I guess just pointed out as well. I've done all the milestones. I actually have extra hard drives. Nice. I have extra hard drives. But, okay. I didn't expect it to allow me to, but that's fine. It's just gonna return nothing. It's gonna be like, you already scanned everything. Oh, whatever. Just save this. Exit to desktop. And switch it over to the AFK scene. I don't really need to quit out of the game, but I've also been loading a fair amount, so it doesn't hurt. So, yeah, I still have the recipe open for the ADS factory. Let's just close that, because screw that factory. So I'm going to take a short break, be back after a few minutes, and yeah, thank you, bot. When I get back, we'll continue exploring the map and wrapping up this playthrough. So, yeah. Right. I'm gonna run some ads during this break. The only time I run ads is while I'm not actually playing games, because that would be dumb to run ads while you're doing gameplay, right? Yeah. Yeah. I don't do that. So, if you just bear with me, I'll be back after a few minutes. Only a couple minutes of ads, and it guarantees that there's no pre-rolls for half of the next hour, which is not a bad thing, actually. But yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back-ish. Gibby? Alrighty, I am back, and I'm already got the game launching. OBS will catch up with it at some point, but let's just get straight back into it and spend the last hour of the stream. Hi, Dad. I mean, Inkelberg. Oh, no, wait. Your name says Dinglefarts. Anyway. Just spend the last hour of this stream looking at the rest of the world and how it's progressed and everything, and then call it quits. Any day now. There we go. That's still researching. Straight into it. Anywhere else that can't be reached by train? No. Take the train. Excuse me, you forgot to take me with you. That's fine, I'll just do this. Start on this side. Yeah, considering the switch is thrown this way, that means that the train is off that way somewhere. I do have to kind of be careful, because there are many other trains on this section of the network. Not this specific bit here, but further along. So it's very easily to get into an accident. Also, in case you missed it, at some point I did end up fixing that, so it wasn't the squiggly mess that it was originally. I'm sure people appreciate that. There's this train here. And the old road that used to run right next to it. Here comes that train. I actually used to have a station over here to the right, which is why there's two sets of lights here. But I took that station down because it was just unnecessary. And that's why there's a power line running along the edge of the tracks there. Not that you can see it, because it's like on the side of the tracks. Boy, you guys are really nice tonight, aren't you? No train over there. Of course, I can't reserve any of the blocks for myself. That's just a train station. I'm not going over there. Just some miners. That's all. A little bit of a backup over here. That's okay. It should clear up by the time I get there. Yeah, it went green just as I was getting into the block. Don't turn at this one. Don't turn at this one. Track's not perfectly straight in spots. Just deal with it. Uh-oh. Good job. Oh dear. Yep. That's troublesome considering that there's a train on those tracks. Okay, cleared the tracks. So I'm just gonna pull you out of this block. And then I'm going to tell you to turn on self-driving. And you can follow me instead of running into the side of me. So there, we got a collision in the final night. We didn't go without one. It was kind of inevitable, because at some point crossing so many stations, something was going to happen. It would help if I could actually reserve blocks instead of, you know, just having to wing it and hope for the best. Because if I had been able to reserve that block, that train would not have been able to leave. But no, I'm not allowed to do that as a player, which is kind of weird when you think about it. Whatever, like obviously you got this UI, but you can't do anything, I believe, in here besides set up automation. Also, so long No Man's Land may or may not exist in the future, but I won't forget you. Obviously at the top of the waterfall here. The track never really goes back down. The Coal Lake is just over there somewhere. Like that area. Autosave. I'm not holding the mouse. Okay, give up. This station here is wholly unnecessary. At one point it was for running power, but you can see that line's been disconnected. It's not actually connected to anything. And I think I cleaned up the line at some point. So that station, I had ideas to build in the plains here. Just never did it. That's a factory producing heavy modular frames. I don't remember how many per minute it's producing, but it's not enough, as always. It's never enough. Didn't do much around this area, besides build tracks through it. That's one of the nitrogen trains. That must be going up to the aluminum factory. There's a station right there, purely for geothermal power. Really not necessary, but yeah. Nitrogen handled over there, and obviously we've already been to the ridiculous turbo fuel facility. Looks like I should have priority through. Oh, I'm going this way. Okay, that intersection has like 3 different ways to go, and I misread the signal. Apparently I'm mining copper down there and sending it up the hill. Which is actually what's here. I should slam on the brakes. The train's not here, fortunately. I don't actually remember what's produced here. Oh, nitrogen gas. The copper just continues up that way. Love how I shake even though it's the ground down there shaking. Let's get out of this station and allow the nitrogen train to fill up if it so desires. Wherever that nitrogen train is. Don't actually want to go shooting off too far. I'm just gonna drag the brakes down the hill. Where would be best? I guess this station would be best for me to turn around in. And by turn around, I mean... Hey, look, there's the nitrogen train. Get back onto the correct side of the track. And just about get the train back far enough that it will switch tracks. I don't want to go right, I don't want to go left, I want to go straight. There we go. Climb this very steep hill, because a section of the world is much higher than the rest of it. Rather big section of the world, actually. I only have a small section of track that goes up there. What are you waiting on? Huh. Odd. Well, I'm just gonna park my train there. It's gonna disrupt things, but what does it matter? This factory produces radio control units and heat sinks. Simple as that. Got some bauxite coming in from back there at a very odd pace. Hopefully that's intentional. Seems to be. I've only got 3 refineries going. That looks like Caterium. Yep. This is water. Not actually showing me, but yes, it's water. Leaks are in your suggested image search now. Well, that's what you get for being a troll. This was the first factory in which I did the divided power subsystems. Also, fancy building. Autosave. It's even got the angled roof with the skylight. Only made it 1 floor, but boy did I fill this out. Like, yeah, there's 4 empty breakers and only 1 breaker on the main, or on the back wall, which is the main power input. This felt like a big factory at one point. Just to produce radio control units and heat sinks, which of course have overflow. Which they do need, mind you. See, radio control units there, and heat sinks right there. Alright, I don't want to stick around too long because I am potentially causing issues here. Surprisingly, it doesn't seem like it, but still, not going to stick around for too long. We've already seen the track that goes off to the right there, so I'm not going to go that way since it is one way. Part of it, or one way, one lane. Motorsport games? Maybe? What are we talking about, Max? I guess I can also do this. Oh, that group, yeah. What about them? The entire board of directors just quit? Ha! Beautiful. There's some quartz over there, and some fluid of some sort there. I don't know if that's water or what. Might be water since, desert water. Good luck. We'll get to the Turbo Vroomer factory in a little bit. Random nuke. The only nuke I've actually placed down on this map. I had plans for nuclear at one point. I just never got around to it. And now they just need the imports to follow suit. Right? There's never any trains coming from the right, so I don't need to worry about that. Or at least there never should be. That's what I should really say, that there never should be. Hello, Lods loading in. I did a nifty little loop here, because I could. I didn't have to, but I could. So I did. Also, the fact that this is turned tells me that it's quite possible that one of the AI trains was through here and changed it. But I think the last time I would have come through here, I went to the right. So they do seem to come up this way for whatever reason. Watch your head. And again. That one could be flipped that way just because I didn't come through here recently, though. Yeah, just a nice little loop around this area, Yellow Slug. This was an area. First off, because I made an adjustment at some point over on that side, this was not aligned properly, so I did a slight amount of clipping to get them aligned. This is just copper over here, and then there's some iron over here, and making, well, just iron, but also cabling and plates, and there's a little sub-power distribution center there. Pole coming in from over there. And this was all just to make electromagnetic control rods. I don't even use them for anything, but I made them. Probably so I could have them available for nuclear purposes, I guess. Now I'm making what, like 20 per minute or something? No, 24 per minute? Another power distribution panel. Got the station there, obviously, with the 5-way junction. 5-way? 3-way. 6 lines. And then the most recent factory to be added and completed. This was built after I started the ADS facility. Just the long overdue encased industrial beams. Seriously, you know how long I needed to actually build this? And I just didn't. I will say though, water was a bit of a bitch. Yeah, had to utilize a node out there because that's not water. It's a river, but it's not enough to actually get water out of. This was set up over like, was it 1 hour or 2? Probably 2 hours last week. And I've utilized it once tonight. Oh well. I do kind of want to put this world into Update 6 just to see what happens to everything. But I suspect there will be a lot of broken stuff. And also rip my power suit. Autosave? Nope, that's just a game crash. No, this is Update 5. And yeah, I've heard that Update 7 is coming out tomorrow. But no, I'm still on Update 5 because of mods. But I'm wrapping up this save, or at least I'm trying to. But the game apparently just wants to crash in that area. Hopefully that's just a one-time thing. If not, I don't know why it would crash. Hello, 1900 FPS. Hey, Predominant. Seriously, I hope the game... I hope there isn't something wrong with that region of the map, because I had that issue enough with the swamp. And I can't exactly fix anything because, you know, Update 5 versus Update 6 is available. PRP. Nice loading message. Alright, well let's see. It could just be an issue of tracks being crossed causing crashing. Because I had a number of issues later on in this playthrough of the tracks being messed up and how they connected, and that causes crashes when the train goes over them. Let's see what happens though as I get up here. I thought I had fixed them all that I encountered, but you never know. Yeah. Probably just a random crash. I don't know why this signal is flipped. It sure as hell shouldn't be. You can just stay over there, though. These are sub-factories, or something like that, because their purpose isn't so much to exist to make something as it is to make a part for something else. I don't need this many motors, per se. Look at me actually trying, beyond just putting all the power distribution in here. So got that sort of stuff. I have nowhere to redeem the coupon, and that's up there. Miner peeking through, as you do. There's one of them. Yeah, okay, there's the coupons. How many coupons are we up to? 127. Cool, there was a bit of a dip there. Probably the nicest power distribution room I've ever built. Purely because that. Though I opted out of a bigger skylight that totally disconnected as a result. Yeah, this way. Just a big old motor factory. And then over here, there's another station, and if you look over there, there's another station. This is just making Caterium wire, so it's not that complex. Didn't even get a fancy room, just a wall. Yeah, it's copper, because Caterium. I think the Caterium node was down off the cliff. Yep. Yep, there's the node, and then there's the water coming in. The train's having issues, or what? Oh, there's motors. There's quick wire. Okay, so they're down there. They're just taking their time or something. How much time we got? 30 minutes? That should be plenty. Not too much more to look at. So along with that other sulfur node train station with the squiggly track that's set up further south into the forest, that station up there on the left is also a sulfur node station because turbo fuel. Which is also why it can only be accessed from the one direction, because there's no reason for it to be accessible from the other way, realistically. Hopefully I have... Well, shit. Why can I not reserve a path block? Fine. I'll back up since I'm the closest. Are you going backwards? No. No going backwards. You're going... Whatever. I honestly don't care. My turn now. Damn other trains. How dare they get in my way while I'm trying to traverse their network? Speaking of traversing networks, the turbo fuel factory is going to be a lot of fun to try and navigate. I did add this little connection over to there just in case anything actually needed to loop around in the desert. Shouldn't be used, but I think the quick wire train just took that route based on the signal. So watch your head. Nothing's coming from behind, that was me flipping the signal. I could go straight to go back to my base right now, but I want to go into the turbo vroomer factory. Did I call it turbo fuel? I might have called it turbo fuel. There's the only nuke in my world. Just never got to nuclear. Okay. Which way do I go for this again? Yeah, this is right. Yeah, so cooling systems are built elsewhere and brought here. Heat sinks and radio control units are built elsewhere and brought here with a little bit of sorting shenanigans to ensure that there's no overlap in them, because that's been an issue. Desert quick wire comes in here, Desert Motors comes in here, and no thank you, I don't need your help. Another roofless power room, because I mean, I'm underneath the platforms. Do I really need it? There's the quartz in the water that we saw earlier. Another power distribution pole setup. And yeah, I mean, how much do you need to see? Shoutouts to Smart for being wonderful. Just allowing me to do this. Like, seriously. Just that simple. And if I had more down, I could extend it off that way. Until I run out of aluminum sheets, apparently. So handy. But yeah, just more production for turbo motors. Turbo vroomers! Yay! We like turbo vroomers here. My train's over this way. And there's a big hole in the floor right here. This end. Shit, where are you going? Going this way. I'm just gonna sneak out before that train decides to sneak in, and, you know, we're good now. Just another autosave. I used to have a station over there for those geothermal gens. Are you seeing a pattern here? Me building stations for the geothermal gen power and then tearing up said stations because they're not necessary. There's still one, but in general they're not necessary. Watch your head. I built this rail line specifically on the inside edge of the canyon here because I knew that Update 6 was coming and that it was affecting the Spire Coast. and by extension this area a bit. So I wanted to build my tracks into an area where they wouldn't be affected by the update, hopefully. Of course, obviously I never actually updated to update 6, so it's not so much of an issue, but the planning was there. Pipe loop. And that was a complete loop of the network. Only 2 collisions. Only 2. Not that many. Yeah. You're wondering what I meant by pipe loop. Pipe loop. That was an automatically placed pipe when I did one connection from a 4-way cross piece to a refinery. It just did that. No clue why. It did that, though. There's that train. Yeah, that's this world, basically. There's not much else. You can see I set up a couple of radar towers. I think this is from when I got flung across the map, is why those are marked as being seen. Probably over there as well. I built across the place and I didn't pick up some beacons because, well, I probably got that one, I just never retrieved the beacon. But those two, like that's a superposition oscillator. Yeah. Can't get that one. Jumping into the P2 after 2 weeks running the GT3s is difficult. It'll be nice to have downforce again. 127 plus 69. By the way, analysis of the hard drive is complete. No new research is available. If you remember that from the bottom end of last hour, there's that. Good job, Dingle. Can't get confusing creature, but I can get those. How do I do this? Do I have to place it in my hand? And then, of course, there's this silly thing. With the... You see the cracked glass? Open workbench. Give it fuel. Now I can drive it. It's not very fast, is it? Also, yes, the wheels are square. You know, it can stay there. Why? Actually, give me them. Is there no scanning for friendlies? I remember, Dingle. Yeah, the factory cart is better in every way. Somewhere around here there should be one. There he is. Really not what I wanted to do. There. I did it. It took 176 hours, but I befriended a lizard doggo. You guys happy? About fucking time. He's just gonna chill down there. But yeah, I guess that's it. Still got the tickets in my inventory, but whatever. Not that much more to do, basically, so let's sign off on this world for the final time after 176 hours. Save was first started on April 19th. Okay, so I didn't actually do regular saves for the longest time. I only really started doing it when I started taking breaks. Thus the end of day save, but so it was actually April 18th. On new stuff, it's mostly the trophies static. There's some skins and stuff that I haven't bought and some paint stuff, but like, eh. Anyway, exit to desktop. I'm not completely done yet. Let's see. Oh. And you just were never updated. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on here. You sure that there's no updates? Because I'm pretty sure that there's updates. Although, I guess what I should do is this. Just give me a minute. Gotta manipulate things and stuff. Oh, right. I don't even have... Okay. Forgot about that. I do that. And then... Oh, right. Do this. That's just my saves. I guess you're in here? Yep, I have 3 Satisfactory install folders. One for Update 4, one for Update 5, and one for Update 6. That's 20 gigabytes of data. Okay, that's going to take a minute. Because it's reading from a hard drive. A fast hard drive, but it's still a hard drive. Spinning Rust can only go so fast. I guess then, while I'm waiting, I can do this. Copy you. Come down here. Where are you? There you are. if I do that. If I go back to there, I guess I can go to here real quick. Copy you. You in there, just to be sure. And while I'm waiting, I guess what I can do is bring up a new tab and come over to this. No, that's the wrong website. You. Read this file. You need to be sorted differently. There we go. We can have a look at my save while we wait for the transfer to finish, which is almost done, admittedly. Oh yeah, there's a handful of loot crates around the place from stuff that I mined but didn't have the space for in my inventory. I just remove all of that. Hi. Go away. Busy. Remove the fog of war so it doesn't look as bad, but you can see just... It doesn't look like much until you realize that there's 4 different levels of stuff in this general area. The useless train station, like I said. There's the heavy modular frame factory, sure enough. Full lake. There's all the aluminum and other stuff, computers, temporary fuel power, those miners over there. Here's the stuff with those two, and then, you know, the steel stuff, some more power, the main base, which is so tiny at this point. Can I get it? Can I get the pixel? Yeah, there it is, the loop pipeline. Hell yeah. It looks like it's not overwritten, assuming it's not embedded in the ground, and neither is any of that stuff, which is cool. This should all be fine through here as well. Turbo vroomers. And then there's this area. That is the ADS factory. It's not completed. It never will be completed. But that's it. Also, this squiggly bit of track down here, including the little S-bend. It's so good. All the stuff up in the desert, including the recently added factory up here. And you can tell that I was prepared to avoid this area for Update 6 because there's basically nothing in the Spire Coast. Friendly reminder, this is the Update 6 map, not Update 5. It doesn't care what version the game was last saved in, it just gives the Update 6 map on this. But you can see, Update 5 stream, 176 hours. Let me just rename this folder real quick. Satisfactory. I am going to close out of you, reopen you to see if that helps you at all. Don't really want to do certain thing. Mod updates are available. Oh yeah, there's a lot of updates here. Update all, because it realizes now that I'm on update 6 instead of update 5, and so it's just like, yes, have all these updates. Yeah, it's 182 megabytes, which isn't a lot. But it's still a fair amount. For just being mods for a game. Not that many mods either. Updating mods. Yeah, some mods are broken or something, whatever. Alright, launch Satisfactory. This is my first time launching Satisfactory Update 6 to actually play it. Just disable broken mods. There we go. Didn't want to launch because of a broken mod. Yeah, that's definitely different, ain't it? That's definitely different. Now, I did make backups of my save files, so it's okay that I'm doing this. I've already backed it up. So while I am loading my Update 5 save in Update 6, I still have a backup. I could always load in Update 5 if for some reason I wanted to. Now, I did miss out on one mod that is in the overworld, but everything else was updated. So I don't know if this is going to work or not. Traditionally in Minecraft, updating between major versions, just forget about it. You're not taking your world along and all of your modded stuff. Oh. Okay. Enable smart mod. Fair enough. Oh wow. My frame rate was not happy there for a minute. There's Lizard Doggo. I don't know what that's supposed to be. You've probably forgotten me. No, you haven't. Cool. Power Suits is working? Did it actually get updated? Cool. Oh, and the new fancy sky as well. This is weird. It could just be this area of the map static. They changed stuff with the lighting. Did they change the model on these? These look slightly different to me. I'm gonna put my tickets away. My power suit's just working fine. I don't know if it actually should be or not, but it's working. No. Lizard Doggo statue is still here. You asshole. Yeah, just new lighting. Like, you can see the fog is different. Fucking things. Oh, wow, this is different. This is so different. Holy shit. This is open, even. Alright, where's the loop? You can see this stuff appears to have survived. I see the loop. Yeah, it's the old blue things that spawn the flying crab things. They're like flies or something. Where? Yeah, those things. They just have a new appearance. Where? Honestly, strike my suit. I don't care. Yeah, the terrain has changed a little bit, but none of this is underground. The loop is still here. Part of the factory here would have been in this rock, but the loop survived. You'll love to see it. Okay, so this has definitely changed a little bit here, because there didn't used to be an arch sticking through the middle of my tracks, but that's okay, the trains don't care about that. I'm not going to spend too much time exploring this update. and how my world is affected by it. There's just a tree growing through there. That's fine. I just want to take a moment to look at a couple of things and see how stuff has changed. There's a waterfall there? That's interesting. That didn't used to be like that. That has changed completely. Okay. Yeah, no, that's just rock. There's a waterfall now, and that... I tried to make this update 6 safe. You can't... you can't say I didn't try. However, I was going off of just the knowledge that that area would change, not knowing how this side would change. And, well, clearly it's changed a fair bit. Yeah, I have a train wash now. The Soul Nuke is still just right there on its own. So this factory used a fair few modded things. Rail riding upgrade for power suits. There didn't used to be that I was aware of. I don't know what that was going to, but that don't work no more. But Auto Splitters is here. Doesn't mean it works any better, but it's here. Elevators are here. The lighting is definitely different. You know what? While I'm near somewhere, I can easily press things. I've got research in the MAM because of the new alien stuffs and the new weaponry. Can't afford because I don't have cloth. That's stupid. More inventory space is always appreciated, though. Let's see. Flight modules, probably not going to be in there. Pioneer protection, not going to be in there. Crafting components, just to check, no. Mobility. Slide module, that just slides. That's... yeah. There's hypertubes. Ladder climbing. Jump thruster. Special purpose, none of this. There's a chainsaw refueler module, that's nice. That is storage compartment. Facial tear generator is a nice to have, but not that necessary. There's something to prevent you from being moved on belts. Suit power generation. Suit regulation, so like power and such. And then extra modules, which... just like inventory related stuff. And then Fixmas. Good old Fixmas. So, no, it doesn't look as though there is static. Yeah, those damn crab. They're awful. Speaking of awful, let's take a look over here. I had plans for the swamp. I did have plans for the swamp at one point in time. My plans for the swamp was to seal it in a giant concrete box and to build a nuclear power station on top of it. Oh, you idiots. Oh, are you an elite boy? Dead. That's mycelia? Okay. Interesting. Probably static. I mean, hell. Recommended solutions: angered management, dishonorable discharge, therapy, or accidental exposure to dangerous substances. Fixit does not seem to really care about the well-being of their employees so much as the well-being of their equipment. So yeah, just screw this area. Screw it. Just build over it. Some stuff you can't really do much with. Oh, that's different. Like, I don't think you can actually do this. No. And you're not taking the chainsaw to it. Which sounds different, mind you, in Update 6. Yeah, see? Sounds a bit different. But seriously, just build over this entire... That doesn't look right. This entire area. Just cover it in concrete. And seal it away so I never have to go here. But I can still utilize the land. That doesn't look right. I'm gonna fly towards it until my game crashes. Also, I was gonna utilize the uranium from behind the waterfalls there to build a nuclear power plant in this area. Oh, did it sort itself out? I'm not seeing any error textures. They didn't blend the swamp water into the ocean, though. Yeah. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so it's just an issue with that LOD, apparently. Yeah. Yep, the giant things that just are clipping are great, aren't they? Love issues with LODs, right? Yeah, in case you didn't know. Ooh, 100% radiation intensity. Wait. Don't hide in the spikes. Oh. They are fucking brutal. Alright. That's enough of that. So it looks like I wouldn't have needed to change much with Update 6. Obviously, there's still some stuff I didn't check. But it looks like the transition to Update 6 at this point would actually be pretty painless. The problem is Update 7 is coming out in some way, shape, or form tomorrow. I don't know if it's actually releasing on early access or experimental. I stick to early access, partly because mods. But there is the potential that I could carry that world into Update 7. Just looking at it, it depends on how many mods get updated to Update 7. But most of the stuff seemed to be there for Update 6, including power suits, which is like the biggest thing that I was missing. So that's pretty good, actually. And yes, blueprints are a thing. But that is going to be the end of Satisfactory on this channel for a while. I'm not coming back in Update 6 or Update 7. I'm going to move on to something else. That something else is... I don't know. It could be Pokemon temporarily. It honestly depends on how much I'm enjoying Violet. I'll take that out of context. And if I'm done with it sufficiently, assuming that, we don't hit the goal. We're about a quarter of the way there. Just a reminder, tips count towards it as well. It's only $150. It's not that much. Actually, a fair amount. Consider it an early Christmas gift to me. No, that's fair. Anyway, assuming that I don't end up playing it on stream, if I complete the story and whatnot sufficiently that I feel like streaming it, then I could end up streaming it on Monday. You'll send me 150 if I send you 200. Yeah, no. That ain't happening. How about this? You send me 150 and I'll send you 200 at some point in the future. I'll pay you back with interest at some point. I make no promises when. Don't know about that. But it's with interest. A static amount of interest, you know, a set amount. But still. Seriously though, yeah. It could just be Pokemon next week. It depends. I don't know. As I've said many, many times at this point, I have not been following along with the leaks for Scarlet and Violet. I do not want to know about them. I do not want to know about the game beyond what Game Freak has published along with what approved third parties have published. So, like, Cerebi, for instance, and how they got an overworld shiny in their review of the game. I do not consider that a spoiler because it's officially authorized information, right? They were allowed to play, him and many other people. Joe, I think his name is. The main guy behind Cerebi. It has Pokemon. Max! Banned. Ban him. Oh, that's not how slash commands work. Anyway. So, yeah. I'm only following along with the publicly released information. I'm sure Game Freak will drop something on like Wednesday or Thursday. Just last little teaser, maybe of the second stage start, or the second stage, the first evolutions of the starters. Because yes, it's got bugs in it. Thank you, Dingle. But yeah. Beyond Pokemon, though, I don't know what I'll play. I've got a couple of ideas, but it depends. Portal RTX is on that list, depending on when it comes out. That would be one stream, honestly, if even a full stream. But if I can manage to stream it at a reasonable frame rate, I may just end up streaming Portal RTX at some point. Portal with RTX. Because I definitely want to try out Portal with RTX. I have an RTX 2080 Ti. I might as well fucking use the RTX part of it at some point, right? I've literally only played Minecraft, I think, with ray tracing. Automation does technically have it, but I haven't really played with it. And also the ray tracing that it does have is like not actually utilizing the RT cores in NVIDIA cards. It's like a software implementation of it or something. Last I heard, at least. Whatever Unity has, basically. Actually, I guess Forza does technically support ray tracing, but that's relatively minimal. But Minecraft is like the only game that I've played that is a full RTX overhaul, and since that's Bedrock, that's just minimal, like, exploring maps that were set up for it. So I'd like to play a game that's, like, built from the ground up, quote-unquote, with RTX. I think they enabled RT for normal cruising in Resin 5. Maybe. I don't know. But I've had the card since May, so I played it at some point. I know I had RTX enabled in that game. So whatever degree that it was enabled for. The problem is that when you get something like Minecraft, for instance, like recently, fair enough. I haven't played it that recently. But yeah, the problem is like Minecraft. You wouldn't think Minecraft is very intensive, but when you go throwing ray tracing on and everything is ray traced, it's a big fucking load on the card. And while the encoder for the stream is a dedicated part of the chip, there's still only so much I/O that the card can do at minimum. So I probably will have to go to CPU encoding for the stream and just rely on GPU encoding for the recording. Since I'm actually running 2 encoders on a 20 series card, which isn't the best idea, I think, but it works. But I might have to go and put some stuff on the CPU because, I mean, I've got a 10-core CPU. I can afford to do that. Make more sense in reverse. You'd think that. I don't know. I'll have to experiment around with it a little bit just to see if I can get it to work in a streamable way. Otherwise, I'm going to experience Portal with RTX for myself off stream. I should delete that command. Anyway, what will replace Satisfactory I will determine with time, but the next stream, I do know what that is. I should. The next stream is more Pokemon Black. I'm honestly hoping that I can get to the Elite Four. I think I should be able to. I've got 6 badges. AC. That is Friday, Dingle. Yeah, I want to get to the end of the game by the end of the stream Wednesday. So that next week I can dedicate any and all time to Pokemon Violet. Guys. Basically, new games I want to play a lot. Just like with Legends. You know, Legends came out late January. I ended up streaming it every Wednesday, I think, into March. Yeah, mature. Mature, quote unquote. Yeah. Anyway. I will play Violet on stream again, just as a reminder, with the exclamation point goals. With only a quarter of the way there, roughly, but got until Friday. That's what your scene for AC is called in OBS. Good job. I mean, my ping roll in Discord for it is ASCO. And if I was ever to set up a ping roll for Assetto Corsa Competizione, you know, ACC, that would be Ask Coco. Because why wouldn't it be? I've seen your BRB screen, the one with live timing. No, I don't think I have. If it's not something desperately important for right this exact second, then we can talk about it more after the stream. But I kind of would like to wrap up the stream here. Next stream's on Wednesday. Might be cool for when you're not capturing game on Fridays. I mean, yeah, that doesn't really happen, but it's a possibility. Anyway, that is the end of the stream, and as I've said already, that is the end of Satisfactory Update 5. If I come back to Satisfactory, it will be in either Update 6 or Update 7, and maybe I'll be able to bring this world forward, who knows, but that is going to be it, because I just cannot deal with that fucking ADS factory anymore. I can do a little bit at a time, but it's not enough to be doing it constantly, and I don't want to force myself to play the game at this point. So we'll move on to something new as of next week. Probably Pokemon, honestly. Look, new Pokemon game releases, and if it's actually as good as it's sounding like it is, you know sure as fuck I'm gonna want to keep playing it. And keep playing it. And keep playing it. Plus, I need to capture all the new Pokemon to put in my living decks when Pokemon Home, that connection is made with Pokemon Home. So I've got a fair amount to do anyway. And I also need to start 2 new playthroughs to get the starters. So, though that can wait until Home happens because what am I supposed to do, right? Although I guess I could try and go on Wonder Trade for that. Is there even Wonder Trade in the games anymore? Is that only in Home? I don't want to know if it's a spoiler for the new games, but anyway, I don't even remember if it's in Sword and Shield, or if they left it in Home exclusively, because they did that with GTS. But yeah, Pokemon on Wednesday, ads on the way out. Stick around and watch them, or don't, doesn't matter. I'm going to end the stream now. Well, I'm going to end my talking portion of the stream now. So, that's going to do it for me tonight. Thank you everyone for watching, and hopefully I'll see you next time. Aha, cat.